Coming to you from Kauffman Stadium, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Jose Abreu, Alexis Ramirez, obviously Eel Garcia, and our Sox as they get set to butt heads with Alex Gordon, Eric Hosmer, and the Kansas City Royals. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson. We get set to bring you Game 2 of this 3-game set, and Game 2 of this 10-day, 9-game road trip. 3 here, 3 in St. Pete, finish it off with 3 in Detroit. But if you missed a game last night, you may have missed a little bit of history. It's probably the most bizarre ending to a game certainly I have ever heard of. I've never heard anything close to it, which we'll show you. But 2 guys scored from second base without the ball leaving the infield. It was a very disappointing ending to last night's game.
It was indeed, because Johnny Danks was brilliant and the Sox had the lead until Jared Dyson asked a pinch run. What does he do? Scores on a wild pitch. And then Terrence Gore brought in the game to pinch run. What does he do? He scores on a ball that can't be played in the infield. And Gore, when asked later on, he said, I was running anyway. It didn't matter what happened. I didn't think they could get Kane, and I was going to score, and that's exactly what happened. So a most unusual ending, most disappointing ending.
Well, it was, and, you know, mathematically, we're not going to be the postseason. There's no question about that. But, yeah, we've had 3 guys. We've got 3 guys that are up for some awards.
We're going to see just how it plays out. But when you have 3 guys who have a chance to get baseball's greatest awards, well, you look at Jose Abreu, undoubtedly the Rookie of the Year. Most valuable player, he won't win that, but he'll be in the conversation. And Silver Slugger, he should win that. For Alexis Ramirez, the Gold Glove and Silver Slugger, something that he's done. And for Chris Sale, Cy Young Award. Look at his ERA. Look at his opponent's batting average against. This is a guy who's had a magnificent year, and there's precedent for winning without a big win total. That's Felix Hernandez, who won the Cy Young Award at 13-12 because he played for a team that didn't back him up very well. You could certainly say that for Chris Sale this year.
And we have another Chris out there on the bump tonight. Chris Bassett making his 3rd start. Last time out, he was very impressive. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T U-verse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. And by Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. And let's take a look at how Robin's going to line up our Sox for the game tonight. Adam Eaton leading it off, knocking at the door of 300. And against the Royals this year, he's been awfully tough with Alexei Ramirez in the 2 spot. Then it's Jose Abreu, Connor Gillespie, Avisail Garcia, Andy Wilkins, the DH, with Diane Viciedo, Carlos Sanchez, and Josh Begley behind the plate. The defense and how they'll line up behind Liam Hendricks. It's Gordon, Dyson, and Kane in the outfield, with Moustakas, Escobar, Infante, and Hosmer in the infield. Salvador Perez once again behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Liam Hendricks. Sox have seen him before. He's 0-3 against him in his career. He's 3-15 overall. This is his 6th start, his 7th game, and the ERA is up there. The umpires for the game tonight: Scott Berry behind the plate. Jeff Carlson is at first. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, is at second. And Laz Diaz is at third. So we're ready to play baseball. Wind not near as much of a factor tonight, as it's blowing lazily toward the left field corner. And they've thrown the ball around the infield. And it's time for me to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And once again, good evening, everyone. And welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. Adam Eaton hitting at .298, a homer. He's driven in 34, and the first pitch of the ball game from this Australian right-hander is taken for a strike. Liam is 25 years old, 6'1", 205 out of Perth, Western Australia. Corners in fairly close. Moustakas at the cut of the grass. There's a strike, and the count of 1-2. And here at the ballpark, 330 down the lines, 387 in the gaps, and 410 straight away center. Sox come in hitting at .254 as a club with a 4.32 ERA. And there's a good way to start, like he did last night. He's going to give it a go, and here's the throw.
He had him, but he lost the baseball. Pretty good play by Dyson, getting to it quickly, throwing it right on the money. But fortunately for Adam, the ball just flicked out of the glove.
Speed puts pressure on everybody, pitchers, defenders, and right there, Infante takes his eye off of it, tries to make too quick a tag because of the speed of Adam Eaton. For a hustle double. That's his 24th. And here's Alexei at .274, 15 homers. He's driven in 67. Takes ball 1.
Hendricks absolutely has to be letter perfect with his control. He's not overpowering. He is a 4-pitch pitcher. But he doesn't have one thing that really jumps out at you and can say, well, he can depend on this one. He's got to use all 4, and he's got to hit his spots.
That ball's lined in for a base hit. So Adam will move into third. Runners at the corners and nobody out.
Last time out against Boston, Hendricks got knocked out in the 3rd inning. Time before against the Yankees, he went only 4 innings.
Well, Kansas City in the hunt for the Central Division trophy, so to speak. Not running a real solid major league starter out there September 16th, and you're in the hunt.
that pretty much shows you everything you need to know about the pitching situation all over baseball as far as starters are concerned. And obviously the good bullpens, and there's a few, but the good ones really jump out at you because overall most of them don't have good bullpens.
So here's Abreu. 323, 35 homers, 102 knocked in. Takes first pitch strike. That one at 91.
And with last night and their improbable win, Kansas City held their position in the division, a game and a half in back of Detroit, and actually gained a game on Seattle in the wild card.
Maybe, just maybe, if you missed last night's game, maybe the most bizarre finish in the history of the great game of baseball. I've never heard of anything even approaching that. You're always seeing something in this game you've never seen before, but certainly not something like that. Abreu was 2 for 5 last evening. Outfield straight up, spread out, spaced about equidistant. And there is the throw to second. They can't get him at first, so Adams scores, and it's a 1-0 lead. RBI number 103.
Jose realizes that if he can beat this play, it's a run batted in. And he was able to beat the play, hustling all the way down the line.
He can move that 255-pound body of his pretty good. As here's Gillespie. He's hitting .291, 7 homers, and he's driven in 54. He was 1 for 4 last night with a run batted in. The 14th meeting of the year between these two clubs. In the first 13, they've won 9 of them. Yeah, that was just a gift that we gave Kansas City last night. That's going foul.
And the shame of it is that John Danks was at the top of his game, doing what he's always done against Kansas City, especially in this park, completely shutting him down. He went 6. Pitch count got him. Turned it over to the pen. Then a few misplays and a couple of situations where he didn't check second base a few times with speed burners out there. And that was that.
Well, we just gave him the first 2 runs. Bad play. And in essence gave him the last 2 runs. And they beat us 4-3. Yeah, that's the one bad part about it, is that he was not able to pick up his 10th victory after pitching that well.
The only man able to solve him, Aoki, had both hits. And then he came up in another key situation. And he doubled in the 9th. Liam Hendricks came over to Kansas City in a trade with the Toronto Blue Jays on July 29th. Spent parts of 3 years with Minnesota.
One out, one on, and now you can rack them up. But we do pick up a run after half inning of play. It's our guys 1 and their guys coming to bat.
last night had a big night, along with Kane at the top and Gordon, Perez, and Hosmer in the middle, followed by Infante, Moustakas, and a very speedy Jared Dyson hitting 9. The defense and how they'll line up behind Chris Bassett, Dan Viciedo, Adam Eaton, and Avisail Garcia in the outfield. With Conor Gillespie, Alexei Ramirez, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Josh Begley is behind the plate tonight. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Chris Bassett, who last time out against Oakland threw a whale of a ball game. He went 6 innings. He had only 5 hits and 1 earned run. Walked 2, fanned 5. And there you look at the numbers. He hasn't pitched against a whole lot of easy teams. He got Detroit the first start. He got Oakland the second start. Now he gets Kansas City the third start. All teams probably going to make the postseason.
So here's Escobar. Alcides hitting at 273. Couple of homers he's driven in 46. 7-year-old shortstop. 0 for 4 last night. As he takes ball 1. Royals hitting at 260 as a club with a 3.50 team ERA. They're 40 and 36 here at Kauffman Stadium, but on the road they're 42 and 32.
Kansas City's game plan tonight, as against all right-handed starters, get your speed guys on and try to run the pitcher out of the ballpark. They've swiped 139. Major League leading stolen bases, been caught only 32 times.
Ivy, and that's out number 1. Chris Bassett, a young right-hander out of Curtis, Ohio. 25 years old, 6'5", 210 pounds. Here's Aoki. 4 for 4 last evening, also with a walk. Hitting at 271, a homer. He's driven in 37.
2 of the base hits were excuse-me swings, and 1 was right down the line at third.
Well, as we said last night, with his style, he's had a lot of excuse-mes. A lot of excuse-me base hits.
Not easy to strike out. It keeps that bat in the zone for a long time.
He's 19 for 40 against us this year. Penciled that to 475. 19 for 40. A couple of things he can't do. He can't hit for power. He can't throw. But outside of that, he's a pretty good baseball player.
He can run, and they needed a leadoff hitter, and for most of this year, that's where he hit.
There's a strike to even the count at 2.
Royals got Aoki from Milwaukee because they didn't have anybody who resembled a leadoff hitter. There's that gentle wind we told you about blowing out toward the left field corner.
That's the opposite from last night. Hurry to the gun, yes.
You actually have to play Aoki like you would a right-handed pull hitter. And Alexi's in the hole. And his speed no match for the arm of Ramirez.
Well, there's a play right there that Connor made the diving effort. If he does get the ball in his glove, he's not going to throw him out.
Not on that one.
No. When you dive and hit the ground like that. So here's Lorenzo. Kane at 297, 4 homers, 46 knocked in. Renzo had that infield single that never even got to second base.
Turned out to be the game winner. It's Terrence Gore, probably just as fast as Dyson, scored from second.
Well, that's the way the game is going. Bullpens, defense, and speed. It's just too hard to hit today. And Erico and I were talking about that last night. It's just getting harder and harder because these pitchers, the managing, the way the culture of the game is today. Probably the most you're going to see somebody in one game, starter, a good pitcher, is 3 times.
With the good bullpens, you better get them in the first 6, especially with this Kansas City pen, with the Seattle pen.
There's a rolling curve ball off the end of the bat. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for Chris Bassett. And after one, he leads it 1-0.
Miller Lite.
And right now, let's check out our picks to click tonight. DiMangio, our director and crew, they went with Tank. Steve's going with Adam Eaton, Terry Hanley, Mike Williams, Roger Clare, and Eric. We're going to go with Andy Wilkins. 1-0 good guys, as Avi Garcia will lead it off. He was 2 for 4 with an RBI last night. And on the fist with a fastball, fights it off right side.
Jared Dyson plays a fairly shallow center field. And this is a big center field to cover.
They have finished an inning in Minnesota scoreless with the Tigers. Cleveland scored 1 in the top of the first at Houston. Baltimore leading Toronto 4-2. What's their magic number? 1?
They're knocking at the door.
They're 1. Magic number is 1.
The 12.5 game lead over Toronto.
Well, Angels were the first team to clinch. Oh, nice pitch. play by Escobar.
On this high chopper, there is only one option, and that's the one he had to choose, which is come in, smother it on the short hop, and then make the throw. You do anything else, and Garcia beats the play at first.
But the Angels last night became the first to clinch.
It'll be tough for Baltimore to catch him for the best record and home field advantage. They're down by 4 games. And the Angels, they don't seem to want to take the foot off the gas pedal.
It's a good ball club with an excellent manager. Combine those two factors and you got a chance.
Probably have the MVP this year, Mike Trout.
I would think so. As much as I'd like to see our guy get it. When you get a guy having that kind of year with that kind of ball club, that's where it goes.
Who's finished second twice, so he's been in the conversation, but Miguel Cabrera beat him out.
2 seconds in the first, and he's just 22 years old.
It's pretty amazing.
It is. I mean, we're seeing some stuff as he gets Andy. In many respects, this has been a very interesting season. We have seen our Abreu. We've seen history in the making there. We've seen a great year from our shortstop, Alexei. We've seen a great year. Numbers won't bear that out, but we know what a great year Chris Sale's had. There's a base hit by Tank. And then Trout continues to amaze everybody with his consistency. We've seen some West Coast turnarounds of teams that Toronto started off like they were just going to blow everybody away in the East. Detroit started off like everybody thought they were going to blow everybody away in the Central. That's not the case. Oakland started like they were going to be the best team. As there's a base hit. So Tank now will get put out at second. All right, we've seen a lot. So we'll go to the bottom of the second, 1-0.
Put on before he got back to the bag. But that being said, not a real good base running play one way or the other.
No.
Because you're not going anywhere. You know that the center fielder, Dyson, if you look, you know he's shallow. So going to third is a bit overly optimistic, and they went behind him, and we'll have to see now if the replay.
Well, first of all, Dyson gets to the ball so quick. So we'll see right here. He may have gotten that hand in there.
Well, it looked like Escobar had some problems at first corralling the baseball because it almost left the glove. And while he was securing the handle of it, if that first swipe missed him, when he did go to tag him again, Viciero's hand was on the back.
Well, it appeared first attempt missed. So Jeff Nelson, crew chief, and Laz Diaz.
You see the ball right there. He hasn't put it away yet, and as it rotates to the top of the glove, usually if you do tag him on the first go round, you don't go back for a second tag. So if he felt he got him on the first one, he wouldn't have gone to try to get him on the second one.
Well, from that, he's safe from that angle there.
But the key, of course, definitive proof.
Looks like they want to make a decision, just can't quite get there. Meanwhile, Sanchez came in hitting at 260. Little Mags right there looks just like a young Mags Ordonez. Going to be a good player. Just turned 22 years old.
Liam Hendricks was not throwing the baseball until finally I think somebody suggested that you do play catch, and he's going to be out at second.
I don't think so. Meanwhile, it's 1-0 Sox. To a 2015 April and May home game excluding opening day, and one lucky fan will win a diamond suite. So hundreds of other prizes also will be given away as our Sox say thanks for your support this season. And to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/tickets. Chris Bassett concluding his warm-up tosses, and he had himself a 1-2-3 first. So it'll be Gordon, Perez, and Hosmer. There's our 25-year-old rookie.
It's the first time they've ever seen Chris Bassett, and normally, first time through the order, much to the advantage of the pitcher, even though he's never seen their hitters. They got to figure out the movement of the fastball, the velocity at which he throws it, how quickly the breaking ball is going to break, whether it's a curveball or the little slider that he has. We'll see how quickly they adjust.
Alex hitting at 270, 19 homers, 68 driven in, 1 for 4 with an RBI last night.
Last time out against the Athletics, he was awfully good. 1 earned run, just 2 walks in 6 innings.
Takes it up and takes ball 2.
In the meantime, both of those pitches had a piece of the strike zone and didn't get either call. Gordon came up number 2 pick in the first round for these Royals. That's what he's done against the Sox this year. It's been pretty impressive. But he was a third baseman, and they played him there for a while before moving him out to become a Gold Glove left fielder.
Two balls, 2 strikes. It's full.
Salvador Perez in the on-deck circle. Very talented, young, and very big catcher.
Well, Cleveland got one in the first. Houston got one in the first off Corey Kluber. So they're tied.
Cleveland's really struggled, and pretty much this particular struggle has probably taken them out of postseason consideration. They've lost 4 games in a row. They've lost 6 of their last 10. And 7.5 back in the division, 6 games back in the wild card, and they're running out of time.
He gone.
This is what it looks like with the Tigers in the 1.5 lead. And the wild card, Oakland leads the way. These Royals, the second wild card spot for the moment, and the Mariners playing the very tough West Coast champion, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Perez takes a curveball that misses. Outfield straight up. Gillespie backing off the line at third. As that curveball will get me over roller. And that's the souvenir left side.
That was right over the middle of the plate. Fortunately, Perez a little too quick on it. If you throw fastballs away to this guy, you have to be prepared for the ball to come back at you. He does hit the ball back through the middle a lot. And he does hit it hard.
One of the better young catchers in baseball. As he just did get a piece of that, and the count evens at 2. Top of the 5th down in St. Pete. Yankees leading Tampa Bay 1-0. St. Louis leading Milwaukee 2-0. Top of the 2nd in St. Louis. Just missed and a full count. So the 1-out walk. First base runner, and that'll bring up Hosmer. Hosmer hitting at 266, 8 homers and 53 knocked in. Big rip. Now the big rip, and the count 0-2.
Good fastball followed by the straight change. With Perez at first, you don't have to worry about him running. Well, the few guys that you can say that about in this lineup.
Well, wait a minute. Check him out.
He does have one stolen base.
That's right. It was probably on the donkey end.
I would say that.
Of the double steal.
Or the pitcher fell down.
You got a pretty good pitch to hit right there. Up a little bit.
You can see on the road, Hosmer has been a big factor. Surprisingly, in his home ballpark, reflective of his team, he hasn't done well here.
And that's by Gillespie. So 2 on. And that's the first hit.
Good pitch, slices it, and Connor can't flag it down.
That'll bring up Omar Infante. Omar hitting at .258, 6 homers and 63 knocked in. He was 1 for 4 last night with an RBI. Curveball, no.
Infante was acquired because they needed a 2-hitter. And coming into this year, it looked like he would be the ideal 2-hitter behind Aoki. Problem was he hit .229 in the 2 spot, necessitating a move down in the order.
Some guys cannot handle the responsibilities of hitting in that 2-hole.
Probably the most responsibility of any position in the batting order.
There's no question about it. You have more in that hole. You have to be willing to hit with 2 strikes. You have to be willing to take strikes, especially with got the Escobar leading off, who's got 30 stolen bases and 34 attempts. Speed is a huge part of their arsenal. He can move the ball to the right side. As now the count moves to 3-0. Come back and get it. Second walk of the inning, and that'll load him up with 1 out.
Here comes Don Cooper to settle him down, maybe give him a couple of positive ideas about how to retire Moustakas, who in his first at bat of the ball game last night in the 9th inning, with 1 out, down 1, hit an opposite field double, then replaced by Jared Dyson, who eventually scored the tying run. So Moustakas had a huge hand in that comeback last night. Time now for the AT&T Uverse Multiview. Not a whole lot of speed on the base pass. Infante with probably the best speed of the 3.
So here's Moustakas hitting at .212, 15 homers and 51 knocked in.
This year against our ball club, he's been very good at .323.
Curveball strike.
We're with the bases loaded. He's been adequate.
That curveball misses. He jumps on top. Ball and 2 strikes.
That was a straight change that he probably would like a little lower, but he did get the strike out of it. Our Menards pitch tracks will show that straight change a little higher than he wanted.
And he just did get a piece of that one. Throw. Good throw is going to get him, and it's a good throw. He gone. Beautiful peg by Abbasiel. Meanwhile, it's a 1-1 tie.
Garcia came up throwing. The throw was right on the money. And he got Hosmer by plenty. Just a little rolling breaking ball away from Osaka's RBI 52. And a pinpoint throw.
So here's Jared Dyson hitting at .272, a homer. He's driven in 24. Pops that one up. Alexi with the catch. That'll retire the side. So a beautiful throw by Garcia. And we're tied at 1.
Photo for a chance to have it shown on our broadcast later in the game. Brought to you by AT&T.
One 4-0 for our guys, 1-2-0 for their guys. On a beautiful throw, saving a run. Nailing Hosmer at the plate by Avi Garcia. Right now, our outfield, I don't know if there's a better throwing outfield in the American League. Cieto in left, Garcia in right, Adam Eaton in center. So here's Josh. He is 0 for 11 since being called up.
That's what he did in AAA, and he had a very good year down there.
He did not go. Big swing, and the count 1-2. Minnesota hitting in the bottom of the third in that scoreless tie with the Tigers. Now it's going to the fourth. Full count to Fegley. One out. That'll bring up Adam. He had a hustle double and scored in the first inning. Takes first pitch strike.
They play Adam a couple of steps toward left center field with Alex Gordon very shallow in left. Adam almost hit one over his head in last night's game. Line drive in the seventh inning, and Gordon went back, and the ball seemingly over his head, and made a very good play.
Made it look easy.
Yeah, he's a good one. 3 Gold Gloves.
Two and two the count. That fastball at 94. Adam having another good at bat.
Going to be at least 7 pitches because the 7th is forthcoming.
And a full count. It's gotten to the point that you just expect him to get on base.
And lately, when he has, he scored a run.
I mean, that's a great feeling. That ball hit hard. And it's going to be another. Now he's going to turn it on as the ball gets away from Kane. So that will be a triple. That's his 9th triple.
Kane's been playing a whole lot of center field, and I'm not sure he's used to this carom, because this is a tough one to handle. Adam hits the daylights out of it, hits the bottom of the wall below the padding, and with Adam taking a look at it, he's got the play right in front of him. And he saw right there that the ball had gotten away, and no chance at all to get him at third.
Certainly, if not already, certainly becoming one of, if not the best leadoff man in the game. That's into right field. He's tagging. Kane. Here's the throw. Safe. And Sox lead it 2-1. Hopefully Adam's okay. Alexei picking up RBI number 68.
Just far enough on that sacrifice fly. So Ramirez with his 4th sacrifice fly of the year. And Adam, as he's done so often, scoring yet another run.
Now with the bases clear and 2 out, here's Abreu. He drove in a run and getting into a 6-4 fielder's choice. Two 5-0 for our guys, 1-2-0 for their guys. Here in the top of the 3rd inning. Moustakas bobbles it, and that'll be an error.
For Moustakas, who is normally a good third baseman, that's error number 17.
Well, Kansas City normally is the best defensive team in this division. But I was talking with some Kansas City guys yesterday, and they seem to think that the lack of offense, they're taking it out to the field with them.
That's a 98th error of the year.
And that's something you cannot do. Can't let your offense interfere with your defense. Gillespie hit into a 6-3 double play to end the 1st inning. That's over our dugout into the souvenir area. Nice crowd on hand for a Tuesday evening. They're averaging 23,538. As he gets him up and out of the zone, way up and out of the zone. But we pick up a run and we lead it 2-1.
Best represents the game of baseball through positive contributions on and off the field. You only can nominate one. Last year's winner, Carlos Beltran. So, with the winner recognized in the World Series, we have to hope that that's one of the accolades that Paul will pick up before it's all over for him as this season comes to a close. Top of the order with Escobar. It's Escobar, Aoki, and Kane. This threesome in the first inning provided a 1-2-3 inning. Sadie's can bunt, and with that in mind, Gillespie is in close at third. That fastball misses off the corner. Squibs it off the end of the bat, and the count evens at 1-1. A critical game for the Royals as they try to make it to the postseason for the first time since 1985. They came close last year. They're a whole lot closer this year. Good soft breaking ball, and the count goes to 1-2. In a one-run game, always a good man to keep off base. Escobar, one of their fastest and one of their most proficient base stealers. 30 out of 34 this year. And this team has been running wild. Just misses down, and the count evens at 2-2. Beautiful night in Kansas City. It was a gorgeous day today. Temperatures in the low 70s. And the count goes full.
Yeah, just what my weather app said.
It said stay in your room because you might get rain on your head.
That's exactly what it said. And that's exactly what I did.
It could have been a better day. And he lost him, and that sets up a base running situation.
And you can grab your costumes and bring your friends and family to the ballpark for Countdown to Halloween on Saturday, September 27th. Now, the Sox are offering an exclusive ticket package, which includes a game ticket, and a glow-in-the-dark White Sox trick-or-treat bag. So to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/boo. So here's Aoki. Third walk issued by Chris. First one scored. That was last inning. Perez. Beautiful evening here in the heart of Mid-America.
That was a very good pitch. It had the whole strike zone. And Scott Berry decided that apparently it was too low.
Well, when you're walking 3 guys in 2 innings,
it's hard to get the benefit of the doubt on anything close.
You're not. Chances are. All those guys sitting in that dugout. And the man at first base, see that long arm over there?
Ooh. That's one thing that he might have to work on. Because with that long arm swing, you're not going to pick off anybody.
No.
In the American League, the stolen base leader is Jose Altuve, who's had a remarkable season with Jacoby Ellsbury at 2, Jared Dyson, Rajay Davis, and Alcides Escobar. And we've told you the Royals lead the major leagues in stealing bases. They will run every chance they get.
There you go. And there's a broken bat base hit. That's a typical Aoki hit right there. But the walk now is sitting on third.
That's absolutely the way that Ned Yost has to work this offense. They've got a few contact hitters. They've got a lot of very speedy base runners. And if you put them on, you're going to wind up in trouble. Because there's a hit and run. There's a shattered bat. Runs to the corners and nobody out in the middle of the order coming up. This is dangerous for Chris Bassett.
Aoki now is 20 for 42 against us.
Pretty amazing. Because I'm not sure that he's hit any of them hard.
I'm just trying to think. I can't come up with one.
Little loopers.
Yeah.
Little grounders.
Duck snorts.
Yeah.
And he's 15 for 22 in stolen bases. Straight up, spread out. Just tuning in. We have 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors. They have 1 run on 3 hits, 1 error. But they're definitely threatening here. Guess you're going to have to start throwing some strikes, young man. You can't be walking guys and pitching 2-0-3-1.
He was pretty aggressive against Oakland, but this is just the opposite of that particular performance. And with the speed of this team, you can't give them any gifts. They do get on, you've got to make them hit their way on.
Well, we gave them some gifts last night. 4 of them. And they beat us 4-3.
Getting under that slider. And getting under the slider, everything stays up. You don't have good command of it. That's one of the pitches he's been missing with away.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Fourth walk, second this inning, 2 last inning. And here's Gordon. He went to 3-2, and here comes Coop. He went to 3-2 on Gordon, so Gordon saw everything he had. So Gordon's going to be a little more dangerous in this at bat.
Don Cooper's going to come out and tell him they hit the ball 8 miles.
Well, you can't say over the air what Don Cooper's going to tell him.
He's saying, you got to throw the ball over. Let your fielders work behind you, because what you're doing now is not going to work.
I've seen pitching coaches come out there and say some things that you had to be there to hear it to believe it. One guy we had, his pitching coach, came out there. I was playing first base. I went over and he looked at, it was a rookie. He looked at him and he said, "Are you scared? If you're scared, tell me right now, and I'll take you out of this ball game. If you're scared, do you have any stones?"
Well, yeah.
I mean, he put some accountability on him right there.
I had a pitching coach come out in a similar situation. I was really struggling. He came walking out, and he said, "Did you see that girl in the second row behind the dugout?" And I looked at him, he turned around, and he walked off.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
That's the sum total of everything he told me.
Trying to reset you.
Exactly right. Take my mind off what I was doing and get it back onto what he wanted me to do.
Push the reset button. Breaking ball, strike.
It's Daniel Webb loosening up in the pen. Chris could use a ground ball at somebody into 2.
How about a 1-2-3?
That would be even better.
Base hit. Gordon saw all his pitches in that first at bat, and he will definitely be more dangerous there as he was with 2 RBIs, and they lead it 3-2.
70 driven in for Alex Gordon, who's probably become their most unlikely cleanup hitter, but he's really one of the few guys that has done the job. And this fastball tried to get inside, didn't get it there. And the lead was very short-lived.
They're not done yet. Nobody out. This is completely unexpected after Chris's last outing. Boy, he had good mound presence, came right at him.
He was at the top of his game against Oakland.
Yeah.
And that Oakland team, like this Kansas City team, really grinding to get to the playoffs after Oakland had a complete reversal of where they were and where they fell to behind the Angels. But they're still in the driver's seat as far as the wild card is concerned.
That's the first low strike he's called for. And I did not say that to insinuate it is his fault that he's been walking guys. Not at all. To the contrary. Got to bristle up right here, Chris. Get somebody out. Bagley coming back. And just in the first row over the screen.
That's a nice gesture. Give the young man a baseball. He is ecstatic.
That was just a rolling curveball. Good speed. Good speed on the base paths. Between them, the 36, the 43. Pops him up, and this one's going to be playable. So 1 out.
That fastball was up and out of the strike zone, and Perez in that at bat swung it 3 pitches out of the strike zone.
Plus, he got a break when that first pop foul back went just over the screen. So here's Hosmer. Hit a hard ground ball past Gillespie, who couldn't handle it, for a base hit. It's gotten to the point right now, Steve, if you're wearing a Kansas City uniform, you can just sit on a breaking ball for it.
He's rolled a few up there, really fighting his control. Not a good feeling out on the mound, especially with a team with this kind of speed, where you know they will always put pressure on you on the base paths.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to steal on a slow curveball than it is on a fastball.
Very much so. Playing Hosmer up the middle, that means that Alexi is going to be very close at second base. Try to keep Kane close.
That crowd we had here last night was one of the more into a game crowds that we've seen all year.
Especially as
21,000, they were into it.
Not so much the first 6. The last 3, they were really into it. That became a very loud group.
One out, 2 on, and the 2-2 pitch. Another breaking ball.
I had a chance to talk with their general manager, Dayton Moore, after the game last night. And he just looked at me and he said, I can't believe that. I said, Dayton, nobody can believe it, because I'm not sure anybody's seen it before. So take the gift, and we'll see you tomorrow. And unfortunately, that's what it was.
It's hard to give a team 4 runs like we did. But we did it. And we got beat 4-3. Change up. And another foul ball. This will be pitch number 68 and 2 in the 3rd inning. And another foul ball.
Chris is taking anywhere from 30 to 33 seconds in between pitches. And it is very difficult to get any sort of rhythm together when you do that.
Full count. Well, there are some people that go out to the mound and call the catcher out. Tell them both, fellas, this is ridiculous. You're not throwing strikes. Get it? But hey, catcher, you put the sign down. As soon as you get back there, put a sign down, and you throw what he puts down. That ball is hit hard. Meanwhile, we got a man there right at him. Thank goodness. That ball was torched. 2 down.
He worked it full. Hosmer hits the daylights out of it. This is a fastball. It's a high fastball. And there's 2 outs in the inning. Going through his set of signs in case Alex Gordon takes off at first.
He is 11 for 14.
And I wouldn't think you're throwing through. Not with the speed of Kane at third.
Six options on this. 6 ways to defend it. But he's not going to defend it as long. Or have to defend it as long as the hitter's ahead in the count. At evens, 1-1. It's full with 2 out.
.38th pitch on the way.
Of the inning.
Yes.
Yes, he did. Could not check it up. That was ball 4. Meanwhile, they come up with a pair and they lead it 3-2. Man.
And up to the second news and your favorite teams. Download CSN Chicago app today. Available for iPad, iPhone, and Android. Visit csnchicago.com/app.
Top of the 4th inning and a 3-2 Kansas City lead. For our guys, it'll be Garcia, Wilkins, and Vecchio. First pitch strike. Avi 0 for 1 hit a high chopper that Escobar made a real good play to get. And there's a solid single to center. So the leadoff man aboard. And join us on Friday, September 26th at 7:10 as our Sox take on these Royals. Also enjoy Hispanic Heritage Night and post-game fireworks presented by Miller Lite. Now it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Miller Lite, official beer of your Chicago White Sox. Here's Wilkins, struck out his first trip. Finale of the series tomorrow night. Chris Sale against Giordano Ventura. Game will be over WCIU. There he goes. Robin trying to help Andy out a little bit, make him swing the bat.
Got a fastball right down the middle. Very hittable pitch. And Wilkins might not get a better one in this AB.
One ball, one strike. Two balls and a strike. Don't help him out. 3-1. And there's ball 4. So the first two men aboard.
First walk of the game by Hendricks. It's going to bring Dave Island out to have a word with him. Dave Island having a conversation not dissimilar to the one that Don Cooper had with Chris Bassett. You got to stay ahead in the counts, because without overwhelming stuff, you fall behind, you're eventually going to give up a lot of runs. And the Royals pen, we're very familiar with Jason Frazier. We've seen him with a lot of different ball clubs. Now he finds his way into the pen, into the very talented Royals bullpen.
Here's Tank. He's singled in the second. Had a good pitch to hit right there. A little get me over breaking ball. But it's on the first pitch. The hitters just don't swing anything spinning on that first pitch. One and one. There's a shot base hit. So they're going to hold Tank as Gordon will hit the cutoff man as he always does. And that'll load him up with nobody out.
Casiero gets a fastball. Tried to get it in. Couldn't quite get it there. I don't think Ned Yost's going to be awfully patient with Liam Hendricks.
When you got a bullpen like his and you got a chance to win your division.
Well, that's how impatient he will be, because that's going to be it.
He's not going to waste any time. So he will depart. Frazier comes on with bases loaded, nobody out, and we'll be back. Game card. Fans can enter to win a White Sox autograph prize pack presented by Country Financial. Go purchase tickets today at whitesox.com or 866-SOX-GAME.
Jason Frazier came over from the Texas Rangers middle of July. Since he's come over wearing that Kansas City uniform, he's been brilliant. Those are the overall numbers. Pretty good out for the 59th time. 4-1, 284. For these Royals, he's 3-0, 184 ERA in 20 appearances, spanning only 14 2/3 innings. Tough to pick up 3 wins in 14 2/3, but he's been able to do that. Got pretty good control, and he's averaged more than a strikeout an inning out of that Royals pen.
Carlos Sanchez will be the hitter. He has a single back in the second inning. Garcia at third, Wilkins at second, Viciedo at first. Nobody out.
Frazier 37 years old and still throwing well.
Looking for it. Got it. And fouls it away. Ball gets away, but not far enough.
Perez does a decent job making sure that Avi can't score.
Big pitch in that sequence, and it goes Sanchez way. 2-1.
Those numbers mostly with the Blue Jays, where he spent some time north of the border.
You got to beat him on his fastball. That's in the center field. That's going to get a Ivy. Now Wilkins tags. He moves into third, and this game is tied at 3 on the sacrifice fly by Carlos Sanchez.
Drives in his 5th of the year. Still leaving runners at the corners and only 1 out. Second sacrifice fly of the night for the offense.
And that'll bring up Josh. Fegley struck out on 3-2 fastball. Bank just a very short lead at first.
He's yet to attempt a stolen base this year.
And that's going to get the job done. Sacrifice fly by Fegley, and the Sox lead at 4-3.
First run batted in of the year. And here comes Ned Yost.
So Frazier will depart. Adam Eaton will be the hitter. Adam, a double and a triple, scored twice. And we'll be back.
ERA up over 5 with the Royals. 0-2 is ERA, 3.5. This is the 16th time he's come out of the Royals bullpen And in case he can't get it done, Ned's got a right-hander up in the pen. Face Ramirez and possibly Abreu.
So here's Eaton. Hustle double into left center field, leading off the ball game. Then a rocket triple down into the right field corner. There goes Seattle.
First stolen base attempt. It didn't work out very well.
But we come up with a couple. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth, leading 4-3.
As they battle the Rays. It's White Sox Rays Friday at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Four runs on 7 hits, no errors for our guys. 3 runs on 4 hits and 1 error for their guys here in the bottom of the 4th inning. For Kansas City, it'll be Moustakas, Dyson, then back to the top of the order with Escobar. After 6 at Target Field, Minnesota shutting out the Tigers 2-0. Middle of the 8th in Pittsburgh, 4-0 Buccos over Boston. Bottom of the 8th in Baltimore, 7-2 Orioles over Toronto.
Lexi's having some vision problems.
Tampa Bay has taken a 2-1 lead over the Yankees. The game in the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 5th in Houston, 2-1 Cleveland. Low curveball outside to Moustakas, who had an RBI single. One to count. Change up. And just the hair out front of him.
Pretty good pitch and didn't get the call. Behind the pitch tracks, we'll show you this had a piece of the inside corner.
Softly hit, jammed himself. And that's out number 1. So here's Jared Dyson. He popped up to Alexei.
You got to be very close at the corners for Dyson.
I want to hit him. We did throw him out one time this year.
And he has had tendency to get picked off on occasion.
Got plenty of time. So 2 down. That pickoff against the Tigers, that was unbelievable.
Huge game for them.
Yes, it was. Ninth inning. 1 run down. Nathan
picked off second in scoring position.
On second base. Unbelievable, really. And if you miss that, there it is.
The inside move.
There's the strike. Escobar in the count 0-2. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Started off that 2-run third with that walk.
One of the reasons why that move by Nathan was so effective is that he balked. Take a look at the legs. The buckle of the knee. Right there. That is a balk. If you break your knee, you got to come to home plate. They didn't see it. Won them a ball game.
Low curve ball, and he just did get a piece of it. Escobar 31 doubles, 5 triples.
It's number 91. And that's with 1-2-3 inning in the first.
And it's hit into left center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. So big speed aboard.
Like Daniel Webb is throwing once again. And there is Daniel Webb for the second time.
And here is Aoki. around that one, and that's a high pop up for a souvenir.
There you see the numbers so far in those 4 big walks, but the offense has put up 4, so Chris has got the lead.
Pitch out, nothing on. He's 30 for 34.
It's Mark Parent who calls the pitch outs and the slide steps, because you very rarely see 2 pitch outs in a row. I'm not saying that Mark Parent won't double them up, but this is a good pitch to run for Escobar.
Changeup just popped out there into left field. This man against us
swings a magic
gets
wand.
the softest base hits maybe of anybody I've ever seen.
He just reaches out. You're not going to strike him out too often, and just puts the bat on the ball, turns into gold. The runners at the corners and 2 outs.
And here comes Robin. He wants Webb. So Bassett will go 3 2/3.
So as Daniel Webb comes walking in, we'll step out and be back after these messages.
Get 50% off your entire online order at papajohns.com with the promo code SOX5 the following day, and that is at participating Papa John's locations. So better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
And Daniel Webb comes into the ball game, and he inherits runners at the corners, but 2 outs here in the 4th inning. The game now squarely in his hands, and he's got to deal with Lorenzo Cain. There you look at the numbers, on for the 53rd time. Left-handers have not done a real good job against him, but he has made 12 wild pitches.
Cain has gone out to left, and he has walked. Yes, he did. Minnesota hitting in the bottom of the 7th inning, leading Detroit 2-0.
Good late movement on that fastball. He buried it inside at 95. Kane hit just the top of the baseball. Not a whole lot of guys can do much with that pitch in that location.
Well, we keep saying it, and we'll continue to say it. Daniel Webb has the physical ability to be a closer.
Yes.
There he goes. That pitch fouled away. But this is where Don Cooper has his work cut out for him. You get guys with that kind of ability. He and Bobby Thigpen have got to come up with something that will get that click, turning on that light switch.
Could very well be just innings and experience, and it'll come to him.
That could be. There he goes again.
That was strike 3, and perhaps Josh Phegley coming up might have cost him a strike. That was a very good pitch.
Sure it was.
Stolen base for Aoki, but look at where the pitch is on our Honda pitch tracks.
Seems like every time in this situation that we don't get that pitch, had him struck out, the guy does some damage. But not this time. And that'll retire the side. So they threaten they can't score. And we're into the 5th, leading 4-3.
I have a feeling that Scott Downs is only going to pitch to Adam Eaton. And then Ned Yost is going to use his 4th pitcher of the game to deal with Ramirez and Abreu.
Adam has a double, a triple, and he has scored twice. Takes first pitch strike.
It's Casey Coleman loosening up in the bullpen.
And there's a chopper 2 hopper. That's it. And here comes Yost. So he's making the call. He's got downs. Departs, and we'll be back. Field and delicious food and beverage options for you to enjoy prior and during White Sox games. That's Mark Zucker and his crew out there. And you can purchase a First Merit Bank Stadium Club membership by calling 312-674-1000.
Casey Coleman, one of 2 Colemans that the Royals have. On for the 8th time, the ERA .279. He comes from a family of pitching Colemans. His father, Joe, 15 years in the major leagues. His grandfather, also Joe, 10 years in the major leagues. Third generation, all in the major leagues.
There's Alexi. Was his dad's first major league strikeout.
Dad had some pretty good years. Joe Coleman
had a pretty good sinker.
Yeah.
Pretty good sinker and a big curveball. He was just a rookie, a kid in Washington. I wanted to see what he had, and I saw it. He grabbed some bench hawk.
The Royals have a left-hander up in their bullpen in case this inning goes to Gillespie. Now for the guys who love changes, there's nothing like September and the expansion of that bullpen.
Soft line drive. 2 down.
Brandon Finnegan.
Here's Abreu. He's 0 for 2 with an RBI. He now has 103. Ball hit hard, but they got a man there. And then we try to say, we're halfway home. We lead it 4-3.
1-run lead in a game that, if he can hold it down, belongs to him. Chris Bassett failing to go the requisite 5. But a long way to go in this one.
Indeed there is. Gordon, Perez, Hosmer. Alex 1 for 2 with a 2-run single. Now has 70 RBIs. Got a shift on. And the count 2-0. Chris Sale against Giordano Ventura tomorrow night. Hopefully tomorrow night. Interesting possibility. Bad scenario.
I was talking to a few of the Royals people. They believe they're going to get the game in easily tomorrow night.
Good. Well, tell them the scenario.
The scenario is both teams have a common off day on Thursday. That means, because it's critically important to the Royals, after checking out of the hotel, we would have to check back in and play Thursday at an undetermined time. And the rest of the way, it's a day off on that common off day on the 18th, and then Tampa Bay. The Tigers have 4 with these same Royals.
I could be wrong. I just got a feeling those 4 games with Kansas City are going to make the difference in the Royals postseason. That's foul.
Well, a lot of it's going to be determined by the way the Angels play the Mariners. You got 6 left. The Angels got a 4-game lead for home field advantage throughout the playoffs. And you would think that Mike Scioscia would keep the pedal to the metal until they secure that, because that is a huge advantage.
So there's the dreaded leadoff.
That's the 5th walk of the evening for Sox pitching, 4 by Chris Bassett. Bassett went 3 2/3, gave up the 3 runs on 6 hits with 4 walks and a couple of strikeouts before giving way to Daniel Webb, who fanned Kane to get out of the 4th inning.
Perez has walked and scored. That was in the 2nd, and he fouled out to his counterpart Josh Phegley. Little high neck in.
Those aren't the ones that are going to get you. You can get out of the way of those. That was thrown in front of you. Ones that get you are the ones that are thrown an inch behind you. But that speed coming at your head, you don't have a lot of time to react.
That Tiger Twin game in the bottom of the 8th now. Minnesota still shutting him out 2-0. Nolasco against Porcello.
That's probably Nolasco's game of the year. I don't think he's been better because he came in with an ERA above 5.5.
One and 2 to Salvador Perez.
You'd have to figure the first one got away. That being said, next 2 sliders look awfully far away from the Perez bat. That's going to be a stolen base. Would have been a wild pitch, but Gordon was going.
He picks up his 12th in 15 attempts.
He steers this slider into the dirt. And zero chance for Josh Phegley. Nice stop that time.
Nice lead by Phegley.
Quick move to his right. And Josh able to smother that one.
Count hangs. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
The Angels wasted no time leading Seattle 1-0 with 2 on and nobody out in the bottom of the first inning in Anaheim.
Another yanked foul.
It's Michael Clado throwing in the bullpen.
Salvador 6'3", 250 pounds out of Valencia, Venezuela. He gone. 1 out.
Second strikeout for Webb as he reached back. Got a little something extra on the fastball. And after a steady diet of sliders, that 196 on the corner gets it.
That'll bring up Hosmer. Hosmer is 1 for 2, a single, and a line shot right at Adam Eaton in center. There's a strike to even, the count at 1. Ball, a strike and out for the tying run at second. There's a chopper. Glenn Perkins on the bump, top of the 9th inning at Target Field. There's a wild pitch.
13 of them.
Well, coming in today, we were tied for first place in the major leagues with wild pitches.
Well, we're hot. We're going to pull away. As that one bounce off Fegley. That's a tough pitch. Daniel throws awfully hard. His slider breaks late and quick and in the dirt. Even with a good technique, you're going to be fortunate to stop it. Now the infield in.
Osborne. Just trying not to turn the head of the bat over right there, which is really the right technique to get that man in. So the second walk of the inning.
Hosmer runs okay when he gets going because of those long strides. Doesn't have great accelerations, only swiped 4 bags, been caught twice.
Well, we're probably leading the league in major leagues in wild pitches, and we're certainly leading the major leagues in walks.
Yeah, that's 6 of them tonight.
The runners at the corners and 1 out. Coming into the day, only 2 teams in the major leagues have issued more than 500 walks. We're number 1, and the Rockies are number 2. We had an 11-walk lead on them. Coming into tonight, we have 6.
Got to shore up that stat a bit. That just missed him. Infante slides out of the way by moving inside and rotating toward the catcher.
Perkins in trouble. Top of the 9th. And that ball into left field, and this game is tied at 4. So the first walk scores.
Conte drives home 64 of them this year. That being his 7th sacrifice fly.
And here's Moustakas. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Minnesota with 1 out. Torrey Hunter doubled and Cabrera singled. So first and third, 1 out. And Victor Martinez at the plate.
I'm predicting they get him out.
And that ball's thrown away.
E1.
Just because your iPad's quicker than mine.
I've told just a prediction. As that one gets away, and Hosmer moves into scoring position.
pops it up to second base. There is a strike. Tigers have just taken a 3-2 lead on a home run by J.D. Martinez. Boy, has he had some big hits for these guys.
I was going to say, I know Victor is probably their MVP, but J.D. Martinez, that acquisition for nothing, claim from Houston, what an addition he's been to that team.
Get over there. But they come up with a run, and we'll go to the 6th inning, tied at 4. Left field at US Cellular Field now is accessible from the 100, also the 300 and 500 levels, so young Sox fans can learn baseball fundamentals from White Sox Training Academy coaches. And that space features batting and pitching cages, base running areas, and baseball skill instruction. And it's all from Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Got a new pitcher coming in the ball game, and it's the man we saw warming in the pen, Brandon Finnegan, on for the 4th time. Ned's got 10 pitchers in the bullpen, and odds are overwhelming he's probably going to get to most of them.
Gillespie, Garcia, and Wilkins. J.D. Martinez with that big 3-run homer in Cleveland. Top of the 9th inning. Win that ball game. That was off Cody Allen. Home run he hit a few minutes ago to right field.
Glenn Perkins has really been struggling. It's 3 of the last 4 save opportunities that he's blown.
That's popped up. Moustakas 1 out. Gillespie now 0 for 3. So here's Avi. Escobar made a good play to get him, and then he singled to start off that 2-run 4th and scored. Fastball at 92. Change up at 84. Got a piece of Perez.
Kelvin Herrera, a very talented, hard-throwing right-hander who we saw last night. He's not really a pleasure to face. In fact, there aren't too many guys down in that Royal pen who are fun to face. That was supposed to be a fastball away, and Finnegan got it low and in. Looked like Scott Berry was very close to raising that right hand, but he didn't. He just put it on Salvador Perez's back.
And throw is botched by Finnegan.
I think Finnegan was a little slow getting to first base. Left-handers, a lot of them fall off the mound to the third base side. And Hosmer gets it there, but Finnegan cannot coordinate the footwork and locate the bag while securing the baseball. Here they're going to change that error.
Good.
To a base hit.
Good.
Second for out.
So here's Wilkins. And he has struck out, walked, and scored. Breaking ball misses, and the count evens at 1. Two down.
Time now for our Lowe's Never Stop Improving stat, and it's a couple of Pensmen, and we're going to see most of them tonight. Wade Davis with 31 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. This year, overwhelming .69. Kelvin Herrera, 30 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. Odds are we're going to see one or possibly both of them. And here is the aforementioned Herrera. So as he trots in, we'll step out. Talked about him. Kelvin Herrera on for the 65th time. He's 3-2. ERA 1.28. 47 hits and 65 in the third. Right-handers might not as well hit at 186. And he is the 5th reliever and 6th pitcher overall for Ned Yost tonight.
Here's Tank. Tank is 2 for 2. Takes that one at 98 upstairs.
Herrera pitched an inning last night, gave up a couple of hits, but didn't give up any runs.
Tank has faced Herrera 11 times, has 4 hits. And he's got a 2-0 count. Yanks that one foul. Just a decent lead by Ivy. So that's ball 4. And that'll bring up Carlos Sanchez. He is 1 for 1 with a sacrifice fly. Runs, 8 hits, 1 error for our guys. 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for their guys. We have stranded 2. They have stranded 7.
I'm not sure exactly how he got that called strike, but he did. That one well off the plate.
And that'll retire the side. So we have a mild threat. Can't do anything with it. We go to the bottom of the 6th, still tied at 4.
flashback to Jim Thome, September 16th of 2007. It's against Anaheim. He hits number 500. It's also Jim Thome bobblehead day. That one traveling 426 feet. What an accomplishment for one of baseball's best guys. After carrying him, I think Don had to retire, didn't he?
Both of them. No, he's something special. There's no question about that.
Matt Lindstrom comes in the game. And the game belongs to him in the 4-4 tie, bottom of the 6th inning. 2-2.
I'm going to show you how special he is when I get him.
You might have to wait. You might have to postpone that a bit.
It's filed. I've got it filed.
It's in the book.
It's in the book, and it's going to happen. So, Matt, first pitch. Strike to Dyson, who's 0 for 2.
He tried to butt his way on last time, but it wasn't a particularly good one. He went out 1-4. Matt Lindstrom, this was a scene that led him to surgery and missing most of his year. It was May 19th. Escobar bunt. He came in. The sheath tore in his ankle, and that was that.
Very, very unusual injury. First one of that kind I can ever recall.
That one just missed hitting him, which wouldn't have been a good thing in a tie game. Of course, now along with Dyson, who doesn't start all that often but comes off the bench late to beat you with his speed, they have Terrence Gore, who last night beat our ball club with his speed.
Well, in September, if you got some guys that can run and you're in the hunt, you got to get them up here. It's just that simple.
Tremendous weapon.
Again, getting back to how good the pitching is and how tough it is. It's so much tougher to hit today than it has been in the past. One thing about it, you can steal a base and you can put pressure on them, and putting pressure on the opposition is what it's all about.
Well, speaking of pressure, Joe Nathan not only blew the save, he lost the game. Minnesota beat Detroit.
That is a final 4-3.
And the fans here seeing it go up on their scoreboard. A roar of applause around the stadium.
Got him. Good job.
Oh,
Jose finding the bag.
If he went one more step, he wouldn't have been able to get back.
You see, on my iPad, they're still playing.
In your world, this is the only place where they're still playing.
I'm telling you, I got to have the world's worst iPad.
Are they just announcing the Hindenburg on it?
No, they did that back
couple innings ago.
Second inning. Escobar. He is 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
That one got a piece of him, and that doesn't feel particularly good. Got him twice.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th in this 4-4 tie. There's a line shot. So good speed aboard. As we mentioned, he is 30 for 34.
This is a slider that stays up, doesn't do anything, and Escobar able to hit a line drive into right field. So they're 2 for 2 in stolen bases tonight.
Got a decent lead. Aaron Hicks beat out an infield single to knock in the winning run. There he goes, and forget it.
Picked a good pitch. That was a slider down and in. .31 steals. Gets a good jump. And that slider low and in, particularly difficult to come up and throw.
That win by that, let me rephrase it, that gift that we gave Kansas City last night might be the thing that just turns them around. You get a gift like that and you're in a pennant race.
Huge difference. They'd been 2.5 back with that loss pending against the Indians. It'd have been tough for them.
That might be just the thing that would turn a club around.
Here's what it looks like. Up to the minute. Royals just 1 game back, but tied in the loss column. And the Royals have, well, tenement to a commanding lead in the wild card, 2 games, but Seattle's losing to the Angels.
Slider down in Aoki. He is 2 for 3. He's 21 for 43 against us this year.
Knows the strikeout pitch is a slider low and in. But he also knows that that same low and in pitch could put Escobar at third.
They're going back in there. Just did get a piece of it. Cleveland leading Houston 4-1, bottom of the 8th, down at the juice box. Colorado 7, Dodgers 2, top of the 7th in Denver. Milwaukee has tied the Cardinals at 2, bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. Line shot, but it's foul. So Aoki, who has 2 hits tonight, he was 4 for 4 last night. Finally hits one hard, but it's foul.
I don't know how he grounded out first time up tonight.
Pittsburgh shuts out Boston 4-0. Cubs shut out Cincinnati 7-0. Arrieta 9-5. And and it's a 5-4 Kansas City lead.
RBI 38. Seemingly most of them against Sox pitching. And this is another attempt at a slider low and in, but he doesn't let it get there. Unbelievable run for Aoki.
He's hitting an even 500 against us this year. 22 for 44.
Amazing.
It's are even at 8 apiece. Arrows are even at 1 apiece, but they have 5 runs. We have 4.
Eric Surkamp loosening up.
They're not going to be able to return it. But 2 down.
Kane's just too quick. Carlos tries to get the throw off as best he can and actually gets off a good throw. They don't miss by much on a slow developing double play, but a good attempt. Ramirez to Sanchez to Abreu. It looks like Kane might have hurt himself at first base. He's limping a touch as Robin comes out.
That young man really has a lot of trouble staying healthy. So anyway, Matt Lindstrom will depart. Surkamp will come on. He's got Alex Gordon at the plate, and we'll be back.
Just under 6 on for the 30th time. Lady's been throwing the ball pretty well, and he's got to deal with Alex Gordon, who's 1 for 2 tonight. Strikeout, a base hit, drew a walk, stole a base, and scored a run leading off the 5th inning. Last inning, a couple of walks and a stolen base. Sacrifice fly by Infante, and the Royals tied it up without the benefit of a hit. Like Kane had some problems, but after going into the dugout for the pitching change, he's back out, and apparently he is 100% for a close facsimile thereof. Outfield straight away, and quick throw to first. Gordon drove in run number 70 in the 3rd inning. Decent lead at first by Lorenzo Cain. Fastball for a strike. Lexi playing him up the middle. Sanchez playing him to pull. One chopped foul, so he's in an 0-2 hole. Royals with 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, with 1 in the 6th to take the lead. Sox broke on top with 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, then took the lead with 2 in the 4th, only to fall behind again here in the 6th. Pitch out, nothing doing. He got him. So sweeping breaking ball, and Gordon goes down on strikes.
Fellas, that's 3. Y'all can come in.
Everybody's standing there. And now, inning's over, but not until the Royals take a 5-4 lead. Get the recap on tonight's game and all the action around the league. Don't miss White Sox postgame live tonight, right after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. So Herrera, who came into the game in relief of Finnegan, now with the lead stays in the game, and he is a pitcher of record. It allows them to use what Ned Yost usually uses when they're ahead late, and that's Herrera in the 7th, Davis in the 8th, and Holland just coming back from being injured as their closer with 42 saves.
So Josh Fegley will lead it off for us. Cleveland still leading Houston 4-1. That's in the bottom of the 8th. Houston has a couple of guys on. A big hurt, big loss for the Tigers. 3-run homer by J.D. Martinez at the top of the ninth, take a 3-2 lead, and then 2 runs by the Twinkies. In the bottom of the ninth. I love September baseball.
It's great looking at all the races. Few divisions put away, but the wild card very much in play.
Oh, and 2 the count to Josh. Josh 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly. Chops that one foul over our dugout. And once again the 0-2. There's a solid single to left field. Attaboy. Josh picking up his first hit is being called up. More importantly, we have the leadoff man aboard.
He made the same mistake last night to Tyler Flowers. He threw fastballs by him and then tried a slider. In this case, looked like a straight change, but it was an off-speed pitch, 10 miles an hour difference. And Josh drilled him in the left field, representing the tying run.
So here's Adam. Adam is 2 for 3, a double, a triple, and 2 runs scored. One of the age-old mysteries in baseball.
Why you make a guy look so bad on the fastball, then you want to trick him?
Speed up his bat. I played with the master of that.
Large Sam.
Sudden Sam. Sam McDowell, to this day, the best stuff I've ever seen. Never seen 4 pitches anybody better than Sam McDowell's. He could throw 100, a little over 100. He'd throw 2 fastballs by a guy and then come up with a high straight change. I'm telling you, it's amazing. Sam had 325 strikeouts.
That's a hard one to take and have a called strike. Well, this
has not been one of Scott Berry's better games tonight.
Well, take a look where this one shows up.
Laz Diaz had a good game last night. And Scott's just having an off night. He's a better umpire than that. Count hangs at 1-2.
Wade Davis continues to throw in the bullpen. And he comes in, and he will come in. He'll be the 7th Royal pitcher.
And another souvenir. And another foul tip. $28,904. We scored 1 in the first. They scored 1 in the second. They scored 1 in the third. They scored 2 in the third. We scored 2 in the fourth. They scored 1 in the fifth and 1 in the sixth. Two and two. And there's a shot base hit. Another good at bat for Adam Eaton. When you see as many pitches as he sees, you're going to hit.
Here comes Dave Island. So Davis now sitting down. And Bueno starting to throw in the pen.
Meeting of the minds at the mound. It is over. And here comes Alexei. Alexei's 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. We've had 3 sacrifice flies tonight, 2 in 1 inning, back in the 4th. Alexei has faced Calvin 13 times and he has 4 hits. Chops that one, yanks it foul.
The defense is unusual only in that Alexei's got a pretty quick bat. And normally you would think that it would be Infante keeping Fegley close at second. But in the defense they just used, it was Escobar who was holding him close at second, leaving most of the left side open. So they don't anticipate Alexei pulling Herrera, which he's fully capable of doing. That was 100 miles an hour.
And the count 0-2.
Herrera, as hard as he throws, only 1 wild pitch this year.
Well, I'll tell you, he doesn't throw a lot of breaking balls. And that one at 99. outfield. Just about straight up. Boy, he just saws him off right there. So they get Adam at second. Josh moves into third. Runners at the corners and one out.
Fortunately, he makes contact, although he's left with just the handle, and then they can't get him at first base. So runners at the corners. Tying run 90 feet away.
And here comes Yost. I think he wants at least a 2-pitch pitcher to Abreu, and that's exactly what he wants. He wants a man who get a slider over.
And Wade Davis is that guy.
So Herrera departs, and we'll be back.
On for the 65th time. He is the 7th Royal pitcher of the night. 96 strikeouts and 65 and a third. Right-handers .92 against them this year. There's not many times when you go out there intentionally looking for a strikeout, but for Davis this would be one of them. Herrera has a scoreless streak on the line.
So here we go. Our big guy against their big guy. He has faced Wade twice and he's 0 for 2. It's a 5-4 Kansas City lead with one out here in the top of the 7th. We have runners at the corners. Looking for it, got it. That one at 96.
He got the pitch to hit. It was down and out over the plate. He fouled it straight back. There's that fastball. Davis has not given up a home run this year. Jared Dyson is very shallow in center field for a guy that has a lot of power.
Big pitch right there. And it goes Abreu's way.
There you see the defense, and you see Dyson. He does have big speed. But we've seen Jose line the ball over just about everybody's head in center field when he gets a good piece of it.
That one at 97. And the count evens at 2. And we might see the pitch. The reason that he was brought into this game right here. That slider.
Hard to believe that he was able to get out there and foul one off.
It's hard to believe, really, a lot of the things that he's done this year.
That ball's 6 inches off the outside corner at 95.
And that wasn't a get me over slider. That was a digger, a biter. He wants to go away with a fastball. He misses and the count goes full. That one at 97. Here comes that slider again. He's going back to the fastball.
I would say David shook to the outside fastball.
Yeah. And there is ball 4. So that will load him up for Gillespie, who's due. He's 0 for 3. Hit into a double play, struck out, and he popped up to third. Connor has faced Davis 6 times, has a couple of hits. There's a good at bat right there by Abreu.
He stayed alive on a real tough pitch.
Yes, sir. That was a real good at bat. Sacks packed with Sox, 1 out.
That's about as hard a slider as you're going to see. 93 low and in. Good speed at second. That's a go-ahead run. Adequate speed on the corners.
That one at 96, high and wide. And another big pitch here, 1-1. Vast majority of pitchers will tell you, and players, most important pitch in baseball is first pitch strike. But there are a few that will say the 1-1 pitch is the best, the most important pitch in baseball. Namely, Greg Maddux. Now he's in a hole 1 and 2. the vast majority of managers think. It's first pitch strike.
Well, that's the only problem with putting the most important pitch at 1-1 because you can't get to 0-2. But if you throw the first pitch strike, you can get to 0-2, which is the worst count any hitter could have. So I'll go with the first pitch with all due respect to the Hall of Famer.
Me too. As a hitter. That one at 93.
That time he made a mistake with it.
Yep.
He tried to throw it down and in. It stayed up. That was the ball for the sacrifice fly. But it probably hung too high for Connor.
Two balls, two strikes. Yeah, as a hitter, I'd much rather have a 1-1 count than no 1 count.
Doubt.
Come on, Connor. One time, buddy. Able to fight that one off. And if you're just tuning in, Minnesota was leading Detroit 2-0 going to the top of the 9th inning. Target field. Torrey Hunter with a double, Cabrera with a single, and then J.D. Martinez with a 3-run homer put them on top. 3-2, and then they came right back with Twins did 2 of their own in the bottom of the 9th. Win it 4-3. Be a big loss for the Tigers. And there's a base hit. That's in the gap. That's all the way to the fence. And that's going to clear the bases. So a triple, a 3-run triple by Gillespie. And the Sox lead it 7-5. Yes!
.57 driven in. And that time, instead of down and in, he tried a fastball. He wanted to throw it low and away. It's actually a pretty good pitch. But after he swung through all those fastballs low and in, decided to go with the heat. And it cost him the lead.
Don't stop now, boys. Infield in. Here's Javi. Javi bites that off right side. Javi is 2 for 3 with a run scored in this game.
Both of those runs charged to Herrera. So his scoreless streak comes to an end.
As does Davis.
Both of their streaks started on June 27th. Neither has given up a run since June 27th. They both ended this evening.
A good at bat by Abreu. And then that one slider, as there's a chopper high. And he gets him, just got it in the tip of the glove. So 2 down.
For the moment, it saves a run.
That one slider that Gillespie fouled over by their dugout.
That was the wipeout pitch that he was able to fight off.
That's it. And he can't get it. And he's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Got to make him get it down. The 1-2 pitch. Yanks it foul. 7-11-1 for us, 5-8-1 for them. Here in the top of the 7th inning. He cannot check it up. But the big bases clearing triple by Connor Gillespie. 7th inning stretch, we lead it by 2. And 1 for us, 5-8-1 for them. They have stranded 8. We have stranded 5. So for their guys, it'll be Perez, Hosmer, and Infante. Salvador has walked, scored, fouled out to a catcher, and struck out. Takes first pitch strike.
Sox bullpen up and going.
Close pitch, didn't get it. Dodgers in big trouble. Out in Denver, trailing the Rockies 10-2. Way outside the zone and chases it.
That pitch was a foot outside. Take a look at where this one shows up.
Hit him on the fist.
When you have 538 at bats and 21 walks, you're swinging pitches like that.
Well, they don't come north by walking. They come north by swinging the bats. He gone. One out.
Good biting slider down and in. And when Perez did walk tonight, he scored a run. But this time he expands that zone. Nice stop by Josh Beckley. And it's one out.
And here's Hosmer, a single, a line out to center, and a walk. Big hack. I think one of the, maybe the, I can think of right off the top of my head, might be more, but not many if there is, but the two most disciplined Latin hitters that I've seen come to the big leagues. The first, without question, was Tony Oliva. He had tremendous discipline and knowledge of the strike zone when he got here as a kid. And I'll tell you, Abreu's right up in there. That funk that he went into for a couple of weeks there, I think, was just because he was tired.
That was part of it. And also, I think what was part of it was the fact that not many of the guys were getting it done, and Jose probably felt that he was the guy to get it done. Started expanding his zone. But he's back with some great at-bats over the last week and a half. Many of which turned out to be walks, not base hits. So an 0-2 count. Just misses low and away. Hosmer was thrown out at the plate tonight. The Royals got one in the second. Hosmer gunned down by Garcia. They could have done some more damage in that inning, but for a great throw. That one right by Rusty Kuntz. And ball guy has some problems with it.
And there's a base hit. No. Good catch. Beautiful catch right there by Adam Eaton. Yes.
What a game for Adam Eaton. A home run shy of the cycle. And a great defensive effort. Taking a base hit away from Hosmer.
Better believe he's had a great game. He's had a lot of great games for us this year. Infante can't get it. I'm not so sure that Adam Eaton is not the best leadoff man in baseball.
He's certainly in the conversation. Off what he's done this year, absolutely in the conversation.
He has some of the longest at bats. He has those 8, 9, 10, 11 pitch at bats.
Those at bats where if you're pitching against him, each and every pitch is more aggravating than the last.
Adams in the top 75 hitters in baseball with pitches seen. Who do you think is number one?
It's hard to believe because he's got so much power.
That's right.
But it's that guy who's going to be the MVP this year.
That's right.
And you wouldn't think that. He's so young and so powerful. You would think that he'd be swinging early in the count. Not so.
Willingham has come out to hit for Moustakas, and here comes Robin. He's going to that pin. Moustakas was 1 for 3 with an RBI. All right, so a nice job by Sir Camp as Belisario will be coming on, and we'll be coming back.
Hashtag Chicago Fan Photo for a chance to be shown on our broadcast, brought to you by AT&T. Your fans are everywhere. They don't mind staying for 4 or 5 hours.
There's an old first baseman.
Looks like he had trouble with the curveball. As Ronald Belisario comes in the game.
I've never seen a first baseman that didn't.
There's the record for an 8 ERA, 5.5. He inherits Infante at first base, and Willingham representing the tying run. Willingham for KC hitting .274, 1 for 3 as a pinch hitter.
I was watching him take batting practice the last couple of days. And today he hit one. Ball had to be close to 500.
Strength has never been his problem.
No. But the reason I bring that up is because a lot of people say, well, he's getting a little older now. As long as you can cover a fastball, which he can do, you can play this game.
Got 3 career home runs as a pinch hitter.
2 out and the 1-1 pitch. There's a strike. That pitch at 93. 7-5 Sox here in the bottom of the 7th inning as they try to gain a little ground on the Tigers, who lost a tough one. Tough one indeed.
Outfield straight away and very deep. Infield, playing Willingham as just what he is, a dead pull hitter.
You got a good look at that one. He looks like he's all over him. So we'll see. 3-2.
This one just barely missed, low and away. Jared Dyson in the on deck circle.
There he goes. He gone. Right at the bottom of the zone. And that'll retire the side. We're into the 8th, leading by 2. September pennant races is with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat brings you baseball wherever you are with live look-ins, with replay reviews, scores, stats, highlights, live radio broadcasts, the MLB TV game of the day, and more. So get this award-winning MLB.com At Bat app for your smartphone or tablet. Visit the App Store or MLB.com today.
It's the 8th inning. And it's only fitting that the Royals will use their 8th pitcher. And this is Lewis Coleman on for the 27th time. He's 1-0. His ERA just under 6.5. Doesn't strike out many people. Right-handers have killed him. And he's given up 5 home runs. So Jason Nix comes in the game defensively at third.
Bank. 1 out.
We got the finale of this series tomorrow night. After that game and an off day for Kansas City, Detroit comes to town for 3. A huge 3 games over the weekend. And then Kansas City goes to Cleveland. And you can only imagine the adventure when Terry Francona with a full pen goes against Ned Yost with an equally full pen. They got 10 pitchers each. Those games are going to take.
You're talking about 4.5, 5-hour games.
6, 7-hour games. They ought to bring tents to the park. And there you see, or you will see, the remaining schedule after this pitch, assuming nothing happens.
And of course, we go after the off day on Thursday. We'll be in St. Pete for 3, and then after that, we'll be in Detroit for 3. Yes. Carlos can't get it. 1 for 3.
That's heading home. We see a lot of these Royals before it's over.
That one's chopped foul. Well,
but I agree with you in that the Final Four at home against these guys, that will most likely tell the tale.
That ball hit hard, but they got a man there. Runs it down. Carlos swinging the bat well. Had that sacrifice fly back in the 4th. Hard single in the 2nd. He's going to be a good one. Just turned 22 years old.
Was just about, if not the youngest player in every minor leagues that he came up, and not only acquitted himself very well, but excelled in a lot of leagues he was in.
Well, we actually first noticed him in close up and personal, so to speak, not this spring but last spring, watching him, and you can see there he had something. And then this spring, spent a lot of time with the big club. You could see he had something. As Josh can't get the breaking ball, he's 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Picked up his first hit tonight and his first RBI. Hits the mound, slows it up enough. So that's a hang whooping for him. Meanwhile, a 1-2-3 inning for Lewis Coleman, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, leading 7-5. As we get set to go to the bottom of the 8th inning in the 7-5 Sox lead. Sox with 3 runs in the top of the 7th. A bases clearing triple of Wade Davis by Connor Gillespie. Connor now with 5 triples, 31 doubles, and he has picked up his 55th, 6th, and 7th RBI. So Jordan Danks. As here is Dyson.
Has yet to have the ball out of the infield. See if that continues. Carlos closer to Jose than he normally would be, except he's got to get over there on another bunt attempt.
Two and one to count. Playing it perfectly. So one out. Well, he's doing what they want him to do. He's hitting the ball on the ground.
Softly. But better for him than hitting fly balls.
Here's Escobar. He's 2 for 3 with a walk, a couple runs scored, and he picked up his 31st stolen base. That was in the 6th inning. He is 31 for 35 in that category. Gap out there in left center field. Bella delivers it low and away.
Sox bullpen up and going again. Robbins only used 5 pitchers tonight.
Sox gave them a game last night. We gave them 4 runs, gift runs, and they beat us 4-3. So we're trying to square up this series, hopefully, and play a rubber match tomorrow with Chris Sale on the bump.
Zach Putnam loosening up in the pen. It's Chris Sale against Giordano Ventura. Ventura 12-9 this year with an ERA of 3.25. So the young flame-throwing right-hander putting together a strong year.
Big hop. 2 down. And here comes the man. This guy is amazing. You're talking about a magic wand. He was 4 for 4 last night. He is 3 for 4 tonight.
Wasn't too long ago when a guy had a run like this against your team, the manager would tell the catcher to tell him what's coming. Tell him every pitch that's coming.
Well, that would be the second part of it. First part would be he'd have to tell his catcher, let's see how this young man can hit sitting on his behind.
Look at those numbers. 7 for 8 with a couple of runs scored and 1 driven in.
Pretty good pitch right there. That's good pitch, didn't get it. Three and 0, come back and get him. There's one. St. Louis hitting in the bottom of the 12th, trailing Milwaukee 3-2. Cleveland beat Houston 4-2. Top of the 6th. There's another base hit. 8 hits. 8 hits in this series.
It's pretty amazing. You would think that one of these would go at somebody, but they haven't.
Here's Lorenzo. Going out to left, walked, struck out, and hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice. Texas beating Oakland 6-2. Bottom of the 6th at the Coliseum. Seattle leading the Angels at the Big A 5-2. Top of the 6th. Two and 0. And there's a strike. Softly hit. They get the force, and that'll retire the side. Aoki gets his 4th hit of the game, but we're into the 9th, leading 7-5.
Miller light, and here's our Miller moment. It could be nothing else than the unhittable Wade Davis is hittable. A bases clearing triple, running the score to 7-5. That's where it stands, courtesy of Connor Gillespie.
We're at the top of our order. Adam Eaton, who is 3 for 4. He has a single, he has a double, he has a triple. He has scored twice.
Swing hard in case you hit something and try to hit it out. He hit the bottom of the wall last night.
And another base hit. So good speed aboard. And here's Alexei. He's 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly.
Adam Eaton to the Royals is like Aoki to us. 7 hits the last 2 nights.
Got his average up to 303.
That's great. That is really, really great. Let's hope he can keep it up over 300. Remarkable accomplishment. That's 3 times he had 4 hits.
Grabs the strike with that one that was inside.
Like he knew it wasn't there, but actually Perez knew it wasn't there either. He wouldn't have yanked it back.
There's a shot going foul.
And a broken bat. The Royals pen. Francisli Bueno.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him on a breaking ball. 1 out. In that Cincinnati Cub game, Cueto and Arrieta. Cueto.
Looked like a good matchup with Cueto going for his 19th. Didn't quite get it.
He went 5 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 walks, 8 strikeouts. Arrieta went 9 innings, giving up 1 hit.
One hit
walk and
shutout?
had 13 strikeouts.
Pretty impressive.
Well, he's had a great year.
Yeah, he has.
A great year. Bobble. Close play a second. He says they get him. So 2 down.
Didn't get him by much, but he did get him. And the 9th pitcher in the 9th inning. Bueno comes in, and we'll step out and be back after these messages. And we're just pleased as punch to see it here tonight. As Bueno comes in with no record, a 4.31 ERA. And he inherits Abreu at first and 2 outs.
One for 4, but it was a biggie. Bases clear and trouble. Connor needed that, as we did, but he needed it too.
It was a tough night for him last night. You always get a redeemer in this game, and that's the great thing about it. Whether it's later in the game when you've made mistakes, or it's the next day, if you've had a bad game, you will invariably get a redeemer.
Well, it's just like Marcus had that bad game at home, and the next day the home run.
In a 1-0 game?
Yeah. Yep. Two balls and a strike, 2 out here in the top of the 9th inning. Almost dehorned him right there.
But we'll probably see the 10th pitcher, as there's a right-hander up in the pen. As Connor takes it right back up the middle. And Perez goes out to have a talk with Bueno.
Kill a little time, let the guy have a few more pitches. This game has got a chance to be the longest they said in Kansas City franchise history. 9-inning game.
It's knocking at the door right now. When this goes to 11-19, it will be longest 9-inning game, assuming it doesn't go extras, longest 9-inning game in Royals history. And there it is. We've seen a little bit of history tonight.
Ivy, 2 for 4 with a run scored. Next first pitch strike.
Got Tyler Flowers in the on deck circle in case this one stays alive.
Big rip, but count nothing in 2. Other scores: Tampa Bay beat the Yankees 6-1. Odorizzi over Pineda. Mets beat the Marlins 9-1. Cologne 14-12 over Eovaldi. Got him, and that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. They got the iron coming up. Gordon, Perez, and Hosmer.
He's 5-3. His ERA 2.04. He's been asked to save 5 games. Has been successful 4 times. And right-handers have had all kinds of trouble with him, hitting just 163.
So good job by Bella. Rosario inning in the 3rd. Giving up just 1 hit.
Surkamp did a nice job in his inning of work. A walk, 2 strikeouts, no hits.
And he's a pitcher of record. So here's Gordon. Perez on deck and Hosmer in the hole. Alex is 1 for 3 with a 2-run single back in the 3rd inning. He now has 70 RBIs. Takes first pitch strike. Outfield straight up. Got a shift on. Partial shift. Like say, there you see on the first base side of second. I'll take it. He does, and a big out. Pitcher of record for them is Kelvin Herrera.
It is most unusual. There's been a lot of things unusual tonight. Most unusual to see. There are 2 stars out of the bullpen, besides Holland, start their scoreless streak on the same night and have it end both of them on the same night. Herrera and Davis.
Started on June 27th. It's on September 16th.
It's a long time between giving up runs for a guy used as much as these guys have been used.
Salvador 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. And that's up the middle. Carlos has got it. And 2 out. So here's Hosmer. A single, a line out, twice to center, and a walk. And he takes first pitch strike. We can get this out. Lead on, even up the series at a game apiece. And this ball game is over. So we do indeed get the out, even up the series at a game apiece. Tigers lost a toughie in Minnesota. They will remain a game and a half in front of Kansas City. And our GMC professional grade players of the game are Connor Gillespie and Adam Eaton. And for us, Stevie, a nice win. All right, so for my partner Steve Stone, for our director Jim Angiu, our producer Mike Leary, our associate producer Dave Ross, our technical manager Mark Harper, for the mayor, me, Joe Groove, also the executive producer Jim Cornell Jr., and for Sherry, for Janice, for Rich, for Dan, This is a Hawk so long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru postgame line with Chuck.